Park on the second day of opening weekend for the 100-year celebration meet here in Henderson, Kentucky. I am Megan Devine, and I will be your host during the Pea Patch Paddock Show, as well as in the paddock before my handicapping analysis as we go. Family day here at the track. Lots of activities for all ages. We did get uh, is listed. Have some scattered thunderstorms, chance of rain during the day, and it's just about, I believe, 78 degrees right now and cloudy. So lots to look forward to today. As I mentioned, your betting opportunities do include an early pick for a pick 5 with that takeout lowered to 15%, and the late pick 4, as well as all of our 9 races today, featuring our first stakes race of the meet, and that is the Pea Patch Overnight Stakes. That'll be race number 5. But my voice will not be the only one that you hear today. Of course, we will also have our track announcer, Jimmy McNerney, to join me here on the preview show, talk about the races throughout the day. And Jimmy, how you doing?
I'm good, Megan. How are you?
I am doing well. Excited for the second day of racing. Yesterday we had quite a few good prices. I think the average win payout was like $11. So definitely wasn't a huge day for favorites. And today, hopefully we'll see some value as well.
Yeah, I thought it was the track played pretty fair yesterday. With if there was any kind of bias, it was leaning towards the inside and speed, and I think that's probably how I'll change my handicapping up a little bit today. Maybe watch the first couple of races, but like you said, it was a great day for opening day yesterday. You spoke on that pick 5 that we do have 2 of those today. One of those starting in the first hour, late pick 5 came back over $13,000 yesterday. So although some short prices, the exotics were paying very well.
Yeah, certainly so. And I'm excited today. You know, I love maiden races. I love 2-year-old races. We got one of those yesterday with the 2-year-olds. We've got another 2-year-old race coming up today and plenty of maiden races as well, of course, sponsored by Run Happy. But Jimmy, I want to take a look at the first race on the card. That'll be race number 1. It is a claiming event for $16,000, non-winners of 2 lifetime. 6 furlongs here. I went with the 3, 2, and 5. Tell me about your thoughts on this race.
Yeah, I was back and forth with this race. I end up landing on the 4, fully aware, 4-1 on the morning line. There was a correction to the weight there. Chelsea Bailey now went from a 7-pound apprentice to a 5-pound apprentice, so 112 pounds there. But Shirley on what I thought maybe a slight bias here early in the meeting, speed, and I look for her to get that horse out in front. And I thought she would be out there. Now there is a little bit of speed in the race, but I'm using those horses right along with it. Number 1, Gray Wing breaks from the rail with Gerardo Corrales for John Hancock, and also I'm going to use East of India. Should there be a pace scenario develop where it's hot and the speed doesn't carry, the veteran Chris Amy will have East of India rolling late. And I thought it was about those 3 horses, 4, 2, 1 in the opener for me that starts that pick 5.
Yeah, I agree with you as far as the pace is concerned. It looked like that like show that earlier there, which was kind of lots at with East and also coming off. As long as he looks fit, Moquette will have him that way, but I think they've protected him for a long time in the races that he's been in after being in some claiming events, and now I think it's better company, and so we'll hope that he moves forward here today. Moving along to race number 2, Jimmy, we've got a maiden claiming race for $10,000. Now, this is the first race that will be taken off of the turf, the distance 5.5 furlongs. My top selection, I went with Steve Margolis's horse here on the rail, mostly because this is a horse that's had some experience on the main track. Originally, when I was handicapping for the turf, of course, you want to look for horses possibly that might have that turf experience. But I thought actually going back and making some adjustments, the 1, 5, and the 8, in my opinion, looked like they stood a chance. What'd you think?
Well, it looks like we were peeking at each other's program, or we spoke before the show, because those are 3 horses I like here, too. And for all the reasons you spoke about the 1, I do like that. The 5, Queen Akati, gets in light with the Bug Girl. And another one will be prompt in the pace, gets a little bit of clash relief. And the 8, Maysville Miss, that was my choice as well. Has that tightener coming off that race under her belt at Belterra. Should move forward. Farron Peterson has the call. And I was hoping for a little bit of price on that horse now, but with a couple of scratches out of here, those odds will probably come down. But your numbers are the same as mine here.
Yeah, I agree with you. And, Sarah Hamilton winning a race yesterday with a horse at a pretty decent price as well. We saw some trainers have some good wins, including Jimmy DeVito with 2 yesterday. We also saw Renee Diaz, the jockey, with 2 wins as well. So hoping Sarah can continue that success. And certainly Farron, a very, very talented rider that we're lucky to have here in the Kentucky circuit. So we'll see if second off the layoff can sometimes be the key for many horses. They take that race to get a little bit more fit, and then hopefully are able to show us their best stuff. So I'm certainly hoping that horse is able to get through, and maybe a little bit of a price. I agree with you, but we'll see how the odds develop before the race. Race number 3, Jimmy, is a claiming event for $30,000, non-winners of 2 lifetime, and that is a race off the turf as well. The distance, a mile into 16th. I went to the 9, 1, and the 5. Were you peeking at my program for this one too?
We're close. If you're going to bet them, you got to box them. I have 2 of those in my top 3. And in fact, I went for, after the defection of 5 horses in there, 2 of the 5 I was using, I ended up switching it up a little bit and coming off the turf. I'm using a horse that doesn't really have a great dirt form, but again, the speed angle, speed to the inside, gets in light. I'm going for number 2, El Ahijado, hoping for a price. Like you spoke about Renee Diaz, he had a good day yesterday to kick things off. I'm going to try to ride the hot streak with him and use El Ahijado along with the 1 and the 9, those 2 you mentioned as well.
Yeah, this race to me looks like one that you might want to have a little bit of coverage if you're playing along with the early pick 4 with so many of those scratches. It kind of looks like there might be some unknown factors. And to me, it seems like one of those races where you might be able to have a long shot come in. So if you are looking to play that early sequence, at least for me, I'm going to give myself a little bit of coverage in that race just in case we have kind of an unknown result with the change in conditions here today. All right, we're moving along to race number 4, and that is an allowance optional claiming event for 6 furlongs on the main track. This race originally slated for the dirt there. 4, 6, and 3 was where I went, and I really did feel like Kaylee's sister for trainer Brad Cox, who has been the leading trainer here for the past 2 years, certainly looked like she was slated to do well. I love her early speed. She comes in with a really nice workout at Indiana, actually over the sloppy racetrack. So, she's got a little bit of an experience being over a track with a bit more moisture in it. I just think that the races that she has been in, including races at Saratoga, at Keeneland, Churchill, she's faced some really, really talented company. So I felt like she was a big standout in here for me. So I really like the 4. In fact, I thought about singling her in some of my tickets, as well as the 6, Lady Anna, who I thought had, a good race last time. She ran well, pretty fresh, but she certainly has to improve here in this spot. And the 3, Pinky Toe for Steve Asmussen. I don't know last time if this horse just didn't like the track at Churchill Downs or what the issue was there, but some horses may have an affinity for the P patch. Jimmy?
Yeah, I agree. Those horses you spoke on, I like all those horses for all the same reasons. And this is one of the races today that I thought, when looking at it, that I might add a little coverage because I just kept making a case for each horse. And those 3 you used I like, but then I got to looking at it and I thought, well, what if a speed, what if a speed battle and all of a sudden these guys go, lose their watch and go way too fast? Who's it going to set up for? So then I looked to the inside, Madrelina coming in from Argentina, making the first start stateside. And I thought, maybe if there's one that could stalk and just sit off of him, it could be this horse. But the horse has drawn the fence and does have that recent workout at the training center, 36. So that horse indicates to me that horse may have some speed there as well. So it was kind of a race that the more I looked into it, the more angles I kept seeing. So I'm going to have a little coverage for this race. I'm going to use the ones you talked about and this one in my multi-race wagers, including that pick 5 that starts in race 1.
Sometimes it's almost like the more information, the more confusing it can get when you're looking at some of these types. And, this is one of those races that I know at least I'll be looking in the paddock because you mentioned the 1 horse, the 2 horse as well, coming off a pretty significant layoff. And I think that's important to look and kind of see what condition these horses are carrying. Certainly, if they're entered today, they're pretty fit and they're healthy and ready to go. But I think for some horses, like we mentioned, it might just take a day. When you first start going back to the gym to work out, it might take you 1 round before you're really feeling back up to it. So certainly I'll try to look and see how I think these horses are suited going into this one and maybe clear those muddy waters a little bit.
Yeah, that's a big advantage to having you down there and getting to see, because some people that are tuning in simulcast or even guys here at the track that's not down by the paddock taking a look at it, the horses, it really pays to see them. And especially a horse like you said, like the 2, she's coming off a layoff, see how she handles, this scenario for the first time in the heat. And also a horse has never experienced a paddock like this as the 1. It's totally different how we saddle here, and just to see how that horse takes it in, if she's cool, calm, and collected and taking it all in. And, a lot of times we do see horses horses lose their race in the paddock or in the post parade as well.
Yeah, very, very true. And Paul Lobo, a really good trainer who's had a lot of good success with international horses as well. So we'll keep an eye on the rail runner there. Race number 5, Jimmy, this does start a 50-cent pick 5. This is a race also taken off of the turf. My top selections, I went with the 1, the 3, and thought about the 4 as well. This is obviously our stakes race. This is the Pea Patch Overnight Stakes, the first of 14 stakes races that we have carded so far here at Ellis Park for the summer meet. But, I think speedometer, I was a little concerned about the turf and wondering how she might be able to handle it. Obviously, her races have been on dirt so far, minus that one turf try at Saratoga. Connections said, that race in Saratoga on the turf, I don't think it was necessarily the grass. I think it was more so just immaturity and the tough competition that she got at this spa. But regardless, this is a horse who's had experience on the dirt. Now she's a bigger and better version of herself. And I certainly think that she's the main contender for me. 7-2 on the morning line. Be interesting to see how that changes. And then, Jimmy, I got to take Divine Charger, right? My namesake horse is in here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I like that horse that you mentioned, Speedometer. What I liked is that this race coming off the turf is proven on the dirt and it's drawn the fence, has speed. I'm very tempted with this race being taken off the turf to single her. It is a good competitive field. Divine Charger woke up last time, 31-1, just got out knotted there at Churchill on the turf, and her dirt form's okay. But I think it's about the 3 horses that you mentioned, the 1, 4, and 3. And in this race, Blazing Summer may get overlooked, and you might be able to get a little price on a horse coming in from Indiana. But that was a competitive field in that first level allowance race back on June 11th. But I'm like you. I think the daughter of Tappett's speedometer down to the fence will use that position to her advantage, and Frenchie will go coast to coast there. That's my opinion.
And, of course, talking about singling in some of these sequences with the pick 4, the pick 5s, etc., those tickets will be available throughout the day if you're watching. So here on the preview show, we're just going to go race by race. But, of course, tune in because our tickets will be put up on the screen as well. And I always love playing those sequences. So it's something I look forward to. And you got to single somewhere a lot of the time.
Yeah, unless you have deep pockets.
Be a good way. Yeah, exactly. All right, race number 6, Maiden Special Weight, sponsored by Run Happy. Again, I really love these races here at Ellis Park. It's what I look forward to most, honestly, during the summer. This one for the 2-year-old fillies, 5 furlongs on that main track, which currently is listed as muddy. The 1, Sicilian Grandma. I'm not Italian, but I certainly like this horse in here for Mike Baker. I thought that, she looked like she had some good work. You've got Martine Garcia. Mike Baker is pretty good with 2-year-olds. He wins at 15% of the time. This one by a first crop sire, Army Mule, so we've kind of yet to see how productive that is on the top side. But the 1, the 8, Lady Eva for Mark Cassie, who does very, very well with 2-year-olds as well. And then the 10 horse, she has the look, and I will be the judge of that in the paddock before the race. But, Jimmy, which of these youngsters did you go with?
I used a couple of the horses that you spoke on, but I'm going to add one in there that's going to be a value play. 10-1 on the morning line, Star Oppose from Hall of Famer Dwayne Lucas's barn. This is the daughter of Street Boss out of a Smarty Jones mare who didn't really take too much action, went off 17-1 and changed on debut, was 8th beat 9.5 lengths. But what I like about that, she's came back with a couple works, and her most recent work was the one that led me to pick her. That work on July 6th there at Churchill, 3/8 of a mile, 34-3. She's going to have speed. If she breaks well, she could wire the field here. She's if she runs to that workout, she's going to be in front and may be tough to catch. She gets in light with Renee Diaz and might get overlooked on the board. So I'm going to add her into the pick with those 3 that you picked as well.
I think that's a good point. And talking about that speed also, for these horses, many of them that haven't started, they might get the opportunity to work with a few in the morning, maybe 1 or 2 in company, but really they're not used to that kind of herd dynamic that you get in a race. And so all they know is being out there mostly alone and going as fast as the trainer, an exercise rider, or jockey allows them to go. So I find a lot of the times in 2-year-old races, the speediest horses, the best of the best that go out there and seem like they have a lot of that raw talent that maybe you've been able to see or hear about in the mornings might be your best bet, because it takes a little while sometimes for them to put it together. Everything is new here. You've got the big crowd on the Field and Main Family Day, so there's definitely a lot to take in. So I certainly agree with what you're talking about as far as race development goes.
Yeah, there is a lot to take in today. You spoke on the Field and Main Family Day. We do have poster giveaways with them as well, and T-shirts for the first 50 kids, I think. There's some face painting. So a lot going on down there, and you'll keep us apprised of that throughout the day. And I'm looking if they have any 3Xs, keep me one, will you?
Okay, I'll do my best.
All right.
All right, race number 7, we have an allowance race for $51,000, non-winners of one other than, and this race taken off of the turf. For me, I went to the 8 and the 3, 11 Central for Paulo Lobo. We spoke about one of his runners earlier, but I actually thought that this gelding's best race was at Indiana in a race that was taken off the turf. He won by 8 lengths that day and showed a good bit early. And Hall of first here, he passed have to stretch out today, so that is the one kind of concern for me. But this race moves over to the main track, obviously, and here at Ellis, we've got that kind of 1.5 turn mile. So although this horse doesn't have route experience, I certainly think that it's something that he'll be able to handle with the configuration of this course. Jimmy?
Yeah, it is a unique configuration with breaking in that turn. So I love the 8 in here, 11 Central. Momentous, stretching out, like you said, an uninvited guest for Vincent Chaminade. I really like that horse probably best if it would have stayed on the turf. But those are the 3 in here. There are scratches of the. We'll get the changes here following this. But the 2, 4, 6, 9, and 10 are all out of there, and that reduces the field. And if you're playing one of those pick 5s, like we spoke on, you have to single somewhere and you have to cut somewhere. And I think this is a race where you can shorten up a little bit and just use those 3 horses that we spoke on and be able to get through.
Yeah, absolutely. Race number 8, we'll move forward to that one. Allowance race, again there for non-winners of 2 lifetimes. 6 furlongs on the main track, listed as money right now. I went to the 4, 8, and 3 for my top 3 selections. The 4 Reagan's Decision for Cherie DeVoe and Gabe Saez hasn't raced since Kentucky Oaks Day this year, but a horse that they felt strong enough about to enter in the Grade 3 Beaumont 2 races back at Keeneland, and actually serves it by top.
Now, in this race, I like the 4 Reagan's Decision in here as well. This is one of those races I am going to single. I'm going to single and just hope I move on. And 7 to 5 on the morning line for the Daughter Unified. Been facing the stiff company, probably the toughest company of anybody in here. And I do like her. I think she's a standout. There are several talented fillies other than her. Chasing Fireflies was nothing but impressive on debut at Indiana. They're on that June 9th race. And Gage Holmes comes in. I think this is what lured her to come down here and ride today. This horse, she has them out. Now, that horse won despite a track that had a dead fence and was not playing at all to speed that day at Indiana. She overcome both of those things against her and still ran on well. And Queen's Up is another one I'll use. I think this one is a very talented filly. And like you spoke on earlier, Jimmy DeVita had a banner day yesterday, had a couple of wins. And this is really talented filly. I'm going to use her. If she runs those races back early in her career, she's right in the mix here. I'm going to draw a line through the Churchill race last year. She's had time off. I have nothing but confidence Jimmy has her ready to roll today.
And for the final race of the day, race number 9, will be a maiden special weight event sponsored by Run Happy. It's going to be off of the turf, the distance 1 mile into 16th. I loved the 4 horse in here before we took it off of the turf. We're looking at the graphics for race 8. Maybe we can switch to race 9. But Deep State for Brian Lynch with the blinkers off today. You know, this one's actually a half sibling to Heart, who's a $2 million earner and 11-time graded stakes winner. Most of that, or all of that, I guess, on the turf. But this gelding, although he's got that turf family lines, some of his better races in his career have been at Gulfstream Park that were taken off. They were on the main track. He finished a close second and then third as well. So I still like Deep State, even though this isn't a horse that's going to find himself on the turf today. The 5 Imminent Storm, again, another one coming off a pretty long layoff, so it's one you might want to keep your eye on, and I certainly will, with the paddock and then the 7 horse as well. Jimmy?
I'm like you. When I handicapped this race, I like Deep State either way, but I was hoping it would come off because I loved him even more coming off the turf, and all the same reasons you said. I like another horse in here, number 8, My Romeo Lima, I'm going to use as well, and then the 1 Shogun Warrior. That horse was a winner last start, but got DQ'd, and I don't think rightfully so. I think that was a bad call that day. The horse still shouldn't be a maiden, but nonetheless is, and has drawn the fence. But that's my look there into the 9th race.
Love it. And we'll send it over to you for what's going on the track right now.
All right, thanks. I'm looking forward to get back with you throughout the card.
Sounds good.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to direct your attention to the infield, where we welcome the American Post 40 Honor Guard. Again, the American Legion Post 40 Honor Guard here on hand today at Ellis Park to present our colors. And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and welcome in our featured guest today, performing our national anthem, Annabelle Whitledge.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hail as the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
How about it, ladies and gentlemen, Annabelle Whitledge with our nation's anthem and also the American Legion Post 40 Honor Guard on hand presenting our colors this afternoon as we celebrate 100 years of exciting racing here at Ellis Park. The American Legion Post 40 Honor Guard, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'd like to welcome you into the track today for a wonderful Saturday afternoon of racing here from Henderson's Ellis Park. We have 9 races on the card. We are off the turf. The track condition of the main track currently listed as good. Cloudy skies here in Henderson, currently in the mid to upper 70 degrees right now. As we go to take a look into the changes this afternoon, I'd like to welcome you into the track. Again, cloudy skies you'll see on your screen there, and chance of scattered showers here throughout the card, so be sure to stand by for any current changes in track conditions should that happen. We'll get that to you as they do so. If you take out your racing programs at this time, I'll give you today's late program changes. Got a lot going on here at the track today with Field and Main Family Day. We'll have some posters and t-shirts for the kids, some face painting and such down there. Later on in the card, we will have a mascot race following race 2, and also the ribbon cutting, celebrating 100 years here at the track. Henderson Chamber of Commerce will be in the house today doing that service as well. Now, if you'll turn your programs to race number 1, we kick off race action in race number 1. And with this 9-race card, we do have a pick 5 being offered. A pick 5 wager is in place starting in race number 1. That's only in this 9-race card. So if you played along yesterday, you know it was just a pick 4. But pick 5 starts in the opener. And good track, number 4, Fully Aware. Now, apprentice Chelsea Bailey is now a 5-pound allowance. Again, claiming a 5-pound allowance for the balance of her apprenticeship, so that weight will be corrected to 112 pounds. Race number 2 starts the early pick 4. Several changes. First and foremost, you're reminded the race has been taken off of the turf. Currently will be run on a good main. At the same distance of 5.5. Again, off the turf, 5.5 on the main. In the second race, scratch number 2, My Sharona. Jockey change on the 4, Shadow Bell to Jose Lopez. Scratch number 6, Ken Keed. Number 6, Ken Keed is out. Scratch number 9, Booze Gal. And number 12, Pontiffany, again, make that apprentice claim 5 pounds and correct the weight to 114 pounds. The third race, taking off the turf. Again, off the turf. Now, this race will go from 1 mile and 16th to 1 mile on the main. 1 mile on the main out of the chute, the distance for race number 3. And in that race, take out number 1A, Ironman Richie. Again, scratch the 1A, Ironman Richie. Scratch number 3, Frome. Scratch number 4, Stockpiler. Scratch number 6, Fieldstone. And scratch the 7, Gold Heritage. So third race, number 1A, Ironman Richie. Number 3, Frome. Number 4, Stockpiler. Number 6, Fieldstone. And the 7, Gold Heritage, all scratch from the third. Off the turf, 1 mile on the main. With all those scratches, that takes the field to 5. So superfecta wager canceled and refunded. Onward to the 4th race. There are no changes in race 4. Race 4 is clear. If you'll turn to the 5th race, this is our featured race of the afternoon, race number 5. It is the Ellis Park P-Patch Overnight Stakes, $60,000 guaranteed stake event for the 3-year-old fillies. This race has been taken off of the turf. Will be contested 5.5 furlongs on the main. In that race, take out number 2, Little Mambo. Also scratch number 7, Troberets, the numbers 2 and 7 scratch from race 5. Now that will also cancel the superfecta wager. The superfecta wager canceled, will not be offered in race 5. Race number 6, sponsored by Run Happy in the 6th race. The 4, Lady Evelyn Can, correct that weight to 114 pounds. Our featured sponsor of the afternoon, Field and Main Bank, will sponsor and do a presentation in race number 7 that has been taken off of the turf. 1 mile on the main. In that race, number 2, Dinah Blue, has been scratched. Scratch number 4, Cool Rags. Scratch number 6, Finding Freedom. Scratch number 9, Defied. and scratch number 10 courageously. So seventh race recapping. Take out numbers 2, 4, 6, 9, and 10. That takes the field down to 5. So again, cancel the superfecta wager. Onward to the 8th race, starting leg of our late daily double. In the 8th race, there is one change. Again, scratch number 7, Monocacy. Number 7, Monocacy, is out of race number 8. Race 9 will close out the show, and in race 9, you're reminded it has been taken off of the turf. We'll change that distance to a mile on the main. A mile out of the chute on the main. Race number 9, again, off the turf. Several changes. Scratch number 3, My Brother Cam. Scratch number 10, Sailor's Return. Scratch the 12, Field Marshal. Scratch number 13, Silver Blur. Scratch the 14, Urban Recovery. Scratch 15, Flying Fred. And scratch number 16, Double Spun. 9th race, take out 3, 10, 12, and all the alsos 13 through 16. Well, folks, those are the changes at this time. Any additional changes coming in throughout the balance of this nine-race program, I'll get those to you as they do so. Field and Main Bank here today at the track. Again, Field and Main Bank Day here at the track today. Of course, the entire meeting sponsored by Run Happy. And don't forget that stake event, our featured stake event in race number 5, the Ellis Park P-Patch Overnight Stakes. Proximate post 242 on that. Proximate post of our opener, though, is in just 18 minutes. Wish you the best of luck this afternoon here at Ellis.
2 of the opening weekend, the 100-year celebration meet in Henderson, Kentucky. I'm Megan Devine. Boy, do we have a great day for you today on the Field and Main Family Day. 9 races on the card, including our first stakes race, which is the Pea Patch Overnight Stakes. It'll go off as race number 5, but plenty of great racing coming your way. Do note we're off the turf here today, and the track listed as muddy at the moment, but race number 1 coming up here soon for you. It also is the start of the early pick 5. 6 furlongs the distance over the main track. For me, the top selections, I landed on the 3, 2, and also the number 5, Kinfolk for Ron Moquette. A really nice looking horse in here. I certainly think one that has a good opportunity to do well today. Typically likes a little bit of a pace set up in front of him, and I did think that there was a few speedy horses that could get out and give him something to run at. They have protected him as far as not letting him be in claiming races such as this one for the past 3 races, I believe, since he broke his maiden against maiden claimers. So here, I think it's just a better group for him. He could be a little bit more competitive and certainly fits. Gets the services of Declan Cannon, who won a race yesterday after he returns from injury. I believe he's off for about 6 months or so. So I love the 3 horse in here, Kinfolk. Ron Moquette with another one as well. That is Lake Tahoe. Renee Diaz aboard, a rider who won 2 races on yesterday's card. A bit of speed from this horse, graduated from Maiden Claiming Company last time, and since is hoping to get 2 in a row, rather. This horse at Churchill Downs over the sloppy racetrack was able to get that win. So as far as wondering if he's going to be able to handle the off track today, you have to like that experience in his form already. Mention the 2 horse as well. That is East of India. I know a horse that track announcer Jimmy McNerney liked as well. We spoke about it in our preview show just a few moments ago. But Chris Amy aboard for Brittany Vandenberg. Another horse who graduated from Maiden Claiming Company last time by 3 lengths. That was at Churchill Downs over the fast track, going 6 furlongs. So certainly has been good at the sprinting distance before. Horses are headed out to the track for race number 1 here at Ellis Park. Good luck.
The horses on the track today for race number 1 at Ellis Park, kicking off a pick 5. In the opener, number 4, Fully Aware, change of weight. Correct the weight to 112 pounds. Win, play, show, exact, to try. Daily double, pick 3 starts at pick 5. You're reminded the Superfecta wager has been canceled. Post time for the opener from Ellis in 4. And the horses have reached the starting 80. It's post time. Post time at Ellis. Non-216 claimers to kick off the show to go 6 furlongs here. Kinfolk and Decky Cannon coming into line. Half the field loaded. Now fully aware in the Yellow Silks Dundalk 5 for Deep Poulis. Breaking weight with Chelsea Bailey. Now the great Lake Tahoe will complete the line to the outside. He's in. They're at the post. And they are racing. Slow start for Great Wing. Fast one, though, for Fully Aware. Lake Tahoe flashing speed from the high draw. And East of India will set along third and watch that speed battle ensue. Great Wing is fourth after the slow start, about 5 off the pace, still 3. Back to class, dropping Kinfolk at the back of the pack. Up the backside they go. Just about a half mile to go. And clearing off with the lead, it is Gray Wing now into the far turn from the inside. Fully Aware now comes on through. Fully Aware just from Lake Tahoe. A link for the back. East of India stalking that duo in a perfectly placement from third. Still 3 back to Gray Wing, who starts to quicken beneath Corrales and tighten it up from the backfield. Kinfolk is underway. Now the field. They go 3 by 2 with about 5 lengths from top to bottom. 1/4 to go. 3 across the course. Here comes East of India for the Chris Amy to the outside. East of India and a confident Chris Amy shows the way. Whips out on Lake Tahoe, tries to battle back from the backfield. Kinfolk is finishing with interest outside of 16 to go. East of India for the Bumblebee Barn with a 16 to go is drawing away here. East of India for Rhodes and Vandenberg's going to win by about 4. Lake Tahoe was second. Looks like Fully Aware battled back for third over Kinfolk in the running time, 109 and 2. Judges posting the top 4 finishers. Winner number 2, East of India. Second number 5, Lake Tahoe. Third to 4, Fully Aware. And fourth number 3, Kinfolk. 2, 5, 4, 3. In the winner's circle, number 2, East of India. Now 2 straight off the claim here for the connections. East of India, a 3-year-old dark bear brown gelded, son by Bao of Bali. out of the pleasantly perfect mare named Prudence. The winner's owned by RSR Racing Services LLC of Robert Rhodes, the winning trainer Brittany Vandenberg, and the winning jockey Chris Amy. Number 2, East of India, picks up the second lifetime victory. Again, both of those coming off the claim. Now 2 for 2 off the claim for the Vandenberg barn. East of India covered the 6 furlongs over a good main surface in 109 and 2. Slow start for Great Wing. Fast one, though, for Fully Aware. Lake Tahoe flashing speed from the high draw. And East of India will set along third and watch that speed battle ensue. Great Wing is fourth after the slow start, about 5 off the pace, still 3. Back to class, dropping Kinfolk at the back of the pack. Up the backside they go. Just about a half mile to go. And clearing off with the lead, it is Gray Wing now into the far turn from the inside. Fully Aware now comes on through. Fully Aware just from Lake Tahoe, a link for the back. East of India stalking that duo in a perfectly placement from third. Still 3 back to Gray Wing, who starts to quicken beneath Corrales and tighten it up from the backfield. Kinfolk is underway. Now the field, they go 3 by 2 with about 5 lengths from top to bottom. 1/4 to go. 3 across the course. Here comes East of India for the Chris Amy to the outside. East of India and a confident Chris Amy shows the way. Whips out on Lake Tahoe, tries to battle back from the backfield. Kinfolk is finishing with interest outside of 16 to go. East of India for the Bumblebee Barn with a 16 to go is drawing away here. East of India for Rhodes, and Vandenberg's going to win by about 4. Lake Tahoe was second. Looks like Fully Aware battled back for third over Kinfolk in the running time, 109 and 2. And the first race is official. Price is up on the winner, returning $4, $2.40 and $2.20. Exacta 2 and 5 for a $1 investment, returned $6.80. Trifecta 2, 5, 4, $43.70. Up next, race number 2. We'll kick off the pick 4. In the second race, you're reminded, has been taken off the turf. 5.5 on the main. Scratch number 2, My Sharona. Number 4, Shadow Bell, Jose Lopez. Number 6, Ken Ked has been scratched. Scratch number 9, Booze Gal. And the 12, Pontiffany, make the weight 114 pounds. Race 2 coming at you in 21. Good luck.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat Day, retired Hall of Fame jockey and winner of 9 Triple Crown races throughout my career. Of the thousands of horses that I rode, 1989 Belmont winner Easy Goer will always stand out as my all-time favorite. So when I traded in my saddle for a golf cart, the choice was simple. A brand new Easy Go from my friends here at ACO Golf Carts. The folks at ACO will set you up with the exact cart you need, whether it be new or used, gas or electric. So when you're looking for a fantastic deal on a cart that runs like a finely tuned thoroughbred, make sure to stop by ACO Golf Carts on Morgan Avenue in Evansville, Indiana.
race number 2 here at Ellis. Mentioned earlier, they do have some scratches today, and also we are off of the turf course, the main track listed as muddy. This is a race that was originally slated for the turf and will be run 5.5 furlongs on that main track. It's a maiden claiming event for $10,000, and my top selections went to the 1, 5, and the 8. I certainly thought that this was a nice group of horses here looking to get their very first victory. Also, if you're interested, this is the start of the 50-cent early pick 4. Now, the one-horse Mudari for Steve Margolis gets a good spot here today. Had a try over the main track last time at Churchill Downs, and obviously was looking for the turf today. But I love the fact that this filly had some speed over that dirt. It certainly seemed like she was one that had some talent over the surface. I also love the way that she had worked leading up to that race. She hasn't had any published work since then, but to me, physically, she looked very, very athletic. She's a nice, well-built type of a filly. She's really balanced between her shoulders and her hindquarters, and she's got a lot of muscle on her, which I like to see in sprint races like this. Sometimes you look for a body type, or at least I do, that's a little bit more compact, whereas the route races, you might look for something a little longer, leggier, etc. But Mudari, I think, for Steve Margolis has a really good shot in here, as well as the 5, Queen Akani. And this one also, I thought, looked great in the paddock, a 4-year-old filly. She has had a go over a wet track already. In fact, she has a 3rd place finish over a wet track, so hopefully that will do her well with the conditions that we're dealing with today. They've yet to put the saddle on her, just kind of walking around at the moment, but she does look to be well turned out, and certainly a horse that's got a good coat condition to her, a little bit of dappling as well. So the 5-horse certainly looks to be one that I think can improve today. The 8 is Maysville Miss for Sarah Hamilton. Really, really balanced type of a horse. Farron Peterson will get the leg up today. They're going to run this horse second, start off the layoff, and I mentioned this in the preview show with Jimmy McNerney just a little bit earlier. Sometimes it takes horses a race or two to kind of get their fitness back. They don't often, or sometimes they don't get the fitness that they need in the morning with just works alone. So maybe that's the case with Maysville Miss. She did put in a good effort to finish 4th, just beaten by 2 lengths last time against Maiden Claiming Company at Belterra. Now that, of course, was on the turf course, so we'll see if she can show that same form or even better over the main track here today. But 10-1 on the morning line, a horse that maybe will take some action with the scratches that we have here today. The 11 just going into the stalls in front of me, that is Jamaican Traffic for John Hancock. They are taking the blinkers off today for the 4-year-old or 3-year-old daughter of Cross Traffic, and she looks to be well turned out, but definitely one that I would have preferred a little bit more if we had stayed on the turf, because she is kind of that leggy type. She looks like a really turfy, petite, deer-like almost filly to me. So we'll see how she does over the surface here today, but one that I definitely would have liked in the paddock had we remained on the turf. Looks like the riders are getting a leg up, and they're headed out to the track for race number 2. Again, the start of the early pick 4 here at Ellis Park. Good luck.
Brett Burkhead in the house, ladies and gentlemen, bringing them out for race 2 here at Ellis Park. Maiden 10 fillies and mares, and a race taken off the turf, contested 5.5 on the main surface. In this race, we have the original scratches of the 2, 6, and 9. We have an additional late scratch being announced for the first time Number 3, Hush Hush, has now been scratched by the Board of Stewards on recommendation of the state vet as she was injured in the paddock. Again, number 3, Hush Hush, is a late scratch here in race 2, scratched by the Board of Stewards on recommendation from the state veterinarian. All straight wagers on Hush Hush. Number 3 will be refunded. Consolation with the double ending here. The ongoing pick 3 that started in race number 1. And as far as your pick 5 goes, you will receive the final race favorite if you had the 3 Hush Hush. Win, play, show, exact try, super, daily double. Pick 3, race number 2 starts at early pick 4 from Ellis in 5. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in for race 2 at Ellis. Maiden Affiliate mares. 10,000 claimers to go. 5.5 on the main. 2-1 on Mudari. Up comes Maysville Miss. Second race off the layoff with Farron Peterson, Shadow Bell, and Jose Lopez coming up. Red Silks 15-1 on the board. Queen Akati and apprentice Gage Holmes moving into line. Green and white checkered silks. Sis Boom Bob will load second last with Mitchell Merle. Taking some late money now down to 2.5-1. Pontiffany and Chelsea Bailey to the outside. She's in. They're at the post. And they are racing. Good start for Shadow Bell from the far outside. Also flashing speed, Sis Boom Bob. And now probing up the fence, Mudari on the turn back. She's flashing speed as well. Pontiffany now back into fourth. And a link for the back down on the inside. Queen Akati is next, still a couple links further back. Deep on the course is Maysville Miss, and shuffled back to the tail of the field is Isabus. Into the far turn, just about 12 links would cover the lot. And it is Maysville Miss. Now Sis Boom Bob through a quarter, 22-1. Sis Boom Bob, but she's drifted off the fence, and Mudari and Francisco Arrieta will take advantage and come on through as they race around the turn to the quarter pole. And through from the inside, it is Mudari who shows the way. Sis Boom Bob has blown the turn to the parking lot, top of the home stretch outside the 8th pole now, and it is Mudari shows the way. But late on the scene, gaining ground to the outside, here comes Jamaican traffic, many chances with a 16th to go. From the middle, it is Pontiffany who punches on through. Pontiffany from Maysville Miss. Pontiffany, I think, got the better of the Bobs. Maysville Miss was second. Then it was Mudari or Queen Akati. Judges posting the top 4 finishers in race number 2. The winner, number 12, Pontiffany, finishing second, number 8, Maysville Miss. Third, number 1, Mudari, and fourth goes 5, Queen Akati. 12-8-1-5. Getting the head bob to get up to win. Here is the unofficial winner of the second race, number 12, Pontiffany. A 3-year-old dark bear brown daughter of Pontiff out of the Demon Warlock mare named Seattle's Best Copy. The winner is owned by Warlock Stables of Tim Floyd, trained by Rodina Barrett, and Chelsea Bailey was up top for the winning mount. Pontiffany breaks maiden in Lucky Start 13 and covered the 5.5 on the main in 104 flat. Race 2 official, $764, $23. Exacta $31.50, try 74 even. Consolation double with the late scratch of the 3, $230. The winning daily double 2 and 12, $12 even. Dime Super in race 2, $43.07, $43.07. Up next, we'll have a special race in between the second and third race. Again, 21 minutes for race 3. But up next, we do have a special treat for you. The Mascot, the area mascots, will take to the turf course and race here just momentarily. Again, a mascot race for you here momentarily. As you'll see right now, the mascots going across the racetrack. A lot of local celebrities here in the mascot race. Looks like the Evansville Otters represented there. Purple Aces is in the house. Looks like we have 6 contestants lined up for the mascot race. Mascots, are you ready? On your mark, get set, go! Stop, Forrest, stop. They are racing. Good start for Shadow Bell from the far outside. Also flashing speed, Sis Boom Bob. And now probing up the fence, Mudari on the turn back. She's flashing speed as well. Pontiffany now back into fourth. And a link for the back down on the inside. Queen Akati is next, still a couple links further back. Deep on the course is Maysville Miss, and shuffled back to the tail of the field is Isabus. Into the far turn, just about 12 links would cover the lot. And it is Maysville Miss. Now Sis Boom Bob through a quarter, 22-1. Sis Boom Bob, but she's drifted off the fence, and Mudari and Francisco Arietta will take advantage and come on through as they race around the turn to the quarter pole. And through from the inside, it is Mudari who shows the way. Sis Boom Bob has blown the turn to the parking lot, top of the home stretch outside the 8th pole now, and it is Mudari shows the way. But late on the scene, gaining ground to the outside, here comes Jamaican traffic, many chances with a 16th to go. From the middle, it is Pontiffany who punches on through. Pontiffany from Maysville Miss. Pontiffany, I think, got the better of the Bobs. Maysville Miss was second. Then it was Mudari or Queen Akati.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Master horse racing with the power of daily racing forms, Formulator, the sport's most advanced handicapping tool featuring exclusive speed and pace figures, customizable data views, trainer patterns, and more. Formulator is now free for DRF Bets members. Sign up to get the best bonus in racing with a $250 deposit match and a $10 free bet. Go to drf.com/bet and use promo code WINNING to start playing like a pro today.
Up on the track for the third race here at Ellis Park. You're reminded this race has been taken off the turf, moved to the main, and now the distance will be 1 mile out of the chute. In this race, scratch part of the entry, the 1A Ironman Richie, scratch number 3 Frome, scratch the 4 Stockpiler, scratch number 6 Fieldstone, scratch number 7 Gold Heritage. 1A, 3, 4, 6, 7, all withdrawn from race 3, which is again has been moved to the main track 1 mile out of the chute. Wagering options: win, place, show, exact, try, daily double, and it starts at pick 3. You're reminded the superfecta with just field of 5. As per KHRC rules, we will cancel and refund the superfecta wager. However, again, win, place, show, exact, try, double, and starts at pick 3. Post time from Ellis Park in just 4 minutes. And the horses are approaching the starting gate. Less than a minute for race 3. Less than a minute, race 3. The field approaching the starting gate. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in for the third race from Ellis Park, El Ahijado coming up. Bureau and the Green Silks moving into line. Path to Success. Chris Amy looking for his second on the Saturday card here. Chisholm Trail for Wes Hawley. One left, Optimus Cat for Calumet Farm to the outside. He's in. They are at the post. And they are racing. Not the best start for Optimus Cat nor El Ahijado, but it was a quick one for Chisholm Trail. Now, Path to Success comes on underneath the dictate terms as they work around the opening turn, where it's Path to Success who leads Chisholm Trail by a length and a half. Optimus Cat settles on in the third position. Just as that one's inside, Bureau is a close-up fourth. Then about 5 or 6 lengths back, El Ahijado is off the pace today, is last, but just about 8 lengths off the lead as they head up the backside. Where Path to Success is paving the P-Patch path by a length and a half. Chisholm Trail now moves a closer second. Optimus Cat in the clear from third. Bureau, the Green Silks down on the inside, savoring every yard, just waiting to be let go from fourth, still 6 or 7. Back to El Ahijado, who is last. They approach the half-mile pole, the first quarter 24-3. Half mile was 49-1. Path to Success leads by just about 3 parts of a length from between horses. Chisholm Trail now Optimus Cat 3 wide from third. Bureau just waiting in the wings still from fourth, still 5 or 6 back to El Ahijado, who's underway as they race around the turn just outside the quarter-mile pole. Path to Success is shaken up, but here's Optimus Cat, who's set to pounce to the outside. Chisholm Trail is fighting on from the backfield up the inside. El Ahijado and Bureau top of the home stretch just outside the furlong marker, and Optimus Cat is primed for a good effort here with a furlong to go. Optimus Cat in front by a length and a half. Path to Success fighting on late on the scene from the outside. Bureau, they're deep inside the final 16th. Optimus Cat is still there. His lead is diminishing, but the wire's approaching quick enough. Optimus Cat wins over Bureau. Then it was El Ahijado from last over Path to Success, and Chisholm Trail was last in 137-3. The trio of placing judges have posted the top 2 finishers. Winner number 9, Optimus Cat. Second number 5, Bureau. There's a photo for the show, though. 9-5 photo. Results of the photograph showed number 2, El Ahijado from last got up to be third, and fourth, number 1, Path to Success. 9-5-2-1. Entering the winner's circle, your unofficial winner of the third race, Number 9, Optimus Cat. Optimus Cat, a 4-year-old chestnut colt by Optimizer out of the Kitten's Joy mare named EJ's Kitten. The winner is owned by Brad Kelly's Calumet Farm, trained by the Hall of Famer, the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, and Mitchell Merle, the winning jockey. Optimus Cat, now a 2-time winner. The Kentucky bred covered the Mile on the Main 137 and 3. And the third race is now official. The winner, $3, $2.20 and $2.10. Reminder, the Superfecta wager was refunded. The pick 3, $8.10. Consolation pick 3 with the scratch of the 3 in the middle leg, 160, the double 820, trifecta 970, exacta 720. Race number 4 is up next at Ellis. Race 4, 6 furlongs on the main, a field of 6 with no program changes. Race 4 post time in 22 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, coming up in about 5 minutes, we'll have a special ceremony down in the winner's circle. Stand by. And they are racing. Not the best start for Optimus Cat nor El Hajijado, but it was a quick one for Chisholm Trail. Now, Path to Success comes on underneath the dictate terms as they work around the opening turn, where it's Path to Success who leads Chisholm Trail by a length and a half. Optimus Cat settles along in the third position, just as that one's inside. Bureau is a close-up fourth. Then about 5 or 6 lengths back, El Hajijado is off the pace today, is last, but just about 8 lengths off the lead as they head up the backside. Where Path to Success is paving the Pea Patch path by a length and a half. Chisholm Trail now moves a closer second. Optimus Cat in the clear from third. Bureau, the Green Silks down on the inside, savoring every yard, just waiting to be let go from fourth. Still 6 or 7 back to El Hajijado, who is last. They approach the half-mile pole, the first quarter 24 and 3. Half mile was 49-1. Path to Success leads by just about 3 parts of a length from between horses. Chisholm Trail now. Optimus Cat 3 wide from third. Bureau just waiting in the wings still from fourth. Still 5 or 6 back to El Hijado, who's underway as they race around the turn just outside the quarter-mile pole. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your attention into the Jeff Hall Winners Circle, where a special ceremony taking place here as Ellis Park celebrates 100 years of excellence here in Henderson. Have a special ribbon cutting ceremony. Once again, Jeff Inman alongside the Henderson Chamber of Commerce, celebrating 100 years here at Ellis Park with a wonderful ribbon cutting.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race number 4 coming up at Ellis Park. We've got 6 furlongs on the main track, and a good day of racing so far. As a reminder, we are off the turf today on that main track, which does have a little bit of wetness to it there, and something to consider when you're handicapping. For me, for this field, this allowance optional claiming for the fillies and mares, I went with the 4, 6, and the 3 for my top selections. And I will say that the 4 horse I thought looked fabulous in the paddock. That one is Kaylee's Sister for trainer Brad Cox. This is a horse who's shown quite a bit of speed in some of the prior races, and she really does have that good early foot. I think she certainly could be the controlling pace factor in here. The daughter of McLean's Music, this one ridden by Raylu Gutierrez here today, and comes off of a nice workout at Indiana, actually over the sloppy racetrack, that in 47-1. So I like the fact that that horse was able to handle a bit of moisture in the track, at least not here. But if you don't have any wet track for him to go off of, for some of these, it could be something to look for. Now, for this particular runner, she has, in fact, had a win in her career over and off track, so you have to like the conditions as far as that one is concerned. Now, I will also mention the 6 horse who's walking around just about in front of me right now, and that is Lady Anna, who ran pretty well fresh last time for trainer Cherie DeVoe. Second start off the layoff here today, a 5-year-old daughter of Into Mischief, who certainly looks like she should be able to handle a race like this. She's got a nice shoulder on her. She does have kind of that compact body type as well, some strong hindquarters, so she looks like one that could certainly be a big contender in this spot. Lady Anna, ridden by Gabriel Saez. 2-1 on the morning line, and this is a horse that 2 races back was in a turf race, in a stakes race at Ellis Park back last summer in 2021. Didn't do any good running that day, but I truly feel like these conditions today much suit her a lot better. So she's included in my top 3, as well as the 3-horse Pinky Toe for Steve Asmussen. I don't think liked the track as much last time at Churchill Downs. Hopefully has a liking to the Ellis Park track here today, but another one of those horses that will probably be involved in the early pace scenario. Broke the maiden on debut at Oaklawn Park, going 6 furlongs, and then after that has been in some really competitive races at the higher allowance level, both at Oaklawn Park and also last time at Churchill Downs. 3-year-old daughter of Dialed In for a trainer that does really well in these types of races. Certainly has some good credentials there. And the jockey, Renee Diaz, winning 2 on the day yesterday. Off to a hot start here at the Pea Patch. Something you always want to consider when you're talking about races, or horses rather, that are coming off of a layoff. A horse like the 2, Lady Lily, has not run since January of 2021. But I will say, just looking at her here in the paddock, she looks extremely fit to me. She's tucked up. She's got that nice line of fitness on her belly. Sometimes a horse coming back from a layoff can have a little bit too much condition. But I have to say, it looks like she's gotten what she needed in the mornings at the Thoroughbred Training Center because she looks fit and ready to go here. She's ridden by Declan Cannon here today for trainer Edward Vaughn, and gets Lasix for the very first time here today. Also running for Edward Vaughn for the first time, was previously trained by Steve Asmussen. So interested to see what Lady Lily is able to do here. A little bit of dappling on her hindquarters as well. She certainly looks to be in good health. Race number 4, as we mentioned, we have 9 races on the card. Of course, we will have our stakes race coming up next. That is the Pea Patch Overnight Stakes. Race number 4 here, though, 6 furlongs on that main track. Good luck.
Fillies and Mares stepping onto the racetrack for race number 4 from Ellis Park. This is an allowance event, optional claimer for Fillies and Mares, which have not won 2 other than or never won 3 lifetime, or they're entered for a claiming tag of $40,000. No program changes here in the 4th. The distance 6 furlongs on the main. Win, place, show, exact to try. Super, daily double, and starts a pick 3. Post time for race number 4 from Ellis Park is in 5 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in for race number 4 from Ellis. Filly mare 2 other than optional 40. To go 6 furlongs. Keeley's Sister 6-5 moving in. Copelia, daughter of Not This Time. 1 for 1 over the surface. And Lady Anna to the outside. They're at the post. And they are racing. From the inside, Madra Elena flashing speed. Also Lady Lily forwardly placed. And Lady Anna to the outside in third. Copelia is fourth on the red silks, about 3.5 off the pace. Up the inside, Keeley's Sister is second last. And Pinky Toe is last of the sextet. Up the backside they go, just outside a half mile to go now. And it is Madrelena, well off the rail, shows the way through comfortable fractions, 22-2. From between horses, Lady Lily is second. Up the inside, Keeley's Sister third. Lady Anna to the extreme outside, and sandwiched between them is Copelia, still 6 or 7 back to Pinky Toe as they race around the turn with a quarter to go. And Madrelena, the stateside debut, is paving the path, shows the way by 3.5 lengths, half mile, Spirited 44 and 4. And Madrelena off the turn, driving her lead is 2.5 lengths up. Into second is Keeley's Sister. They're inside the final furlong. Madrelena is still there. Keeley's Sister is trying to get to her to the outside. It's going to get close. Madrelena shaken up. Here comes Keeley's Sister bearing down, and Keeley's Sister up in the final strides. Late on the scene, Copelia to the inside of Madrelena in the running time for this 6 furlongs, 1:10 and 2. Keeley's Sister, she's back. Judges posting the winner, number 4, Keeley's Sister. They've called for a photograph for second. 4 and a photo. The People's Pick on top at 4-5. Keeley's Sister, home winner, unofficially photo for second. And the result of the photo, finishing second, showed number 5, Copelia. Got up to the inside, finishing third, number 1, Madrelena, and fourth goes to Lady Lily. 4, 5, 1, 2. In the winner's circle, number 4, Keeley's Sister. A 4-year-old bay daughter by McLean's Music out of the Yes It's True mare named Policy of Truth. The winner owned by Dean Maltzman, trained by Brad Cox. Raylu Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Kaylee's sister, now a 5-time winner from 8 starts, cover the 6 panels in 1:10 and 2. And the 4th race is official. The winner returns 380, 320, and 260 to show. Dime Super, $36.30. The winning exacta, 4 and 5 for a $1 investment, $10.60. Trifecta, $42.55. The roll and double, $4.30. Pick 3, $11.80. Up next, the featured race here today at Ellis Park. The 5th race is the 2nd edition of the Pea Patch Overnight Stake, $60,000 overnight stake event for the filly 3-year-olds to sprint 5 and 1/2 furlongs on the main. In the Pea Patch, take out number 2, Little Mambo, and scratch 7, Tro Barrett's. Numbers 2 and 7 out of the upcoming 5th race. Post time in 21 minutes. Don't forget, the Pea Patch kicks off the late pick 5. From the inside, Madra Elena flashing speed. Also, Lady Lily forwardly placed. And Lady Anna to the outside in 3rd. Copelia is 4th in the red silks, about 3.5 off the pace. Up the inside, Keeley's sister is 2nd last. And Pinky Toe is last of the sextet. Up the backside they go, just outside a half mile to go now. And it is Madrelena well off the rail, shows the way through comfortable fractions, 22 and 2. From between horses, Lady Lily is 2nd. Up the inside, Keeley's sister 3rd. Lady Anna to the extreme outside, and sandwiched between them is Copelia, still 6 or 7 back to Pinky Toe as they race around the turn with a quarter to go. And Madra Lane in the stateside debut is paving the path, shows the way by 3.5 lengths, half mile, a spirited 44 and 4. And Madra Lena off the turn, driving her lead is 2.5 lengths up. Into 2nd is Keeley's sister. They're inside the final furlong. Madra Lena is still there. Keeley's sister is trying to get to her to the outside. It's going to get close. Madra Lena is shaken up. Here comes Keeley's sister bearing down, and Keeley's sister up in the final strides. Late on the scene, Copelia to the inside of Madra Lena in the running time for this 6 furlongs, 1:10 and 2. Keeley's sister, she's back.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Horses up on the track here for the second edition of the P-Patch Overnight Stakes. This race, you reminded, numbers 2 and 7 are scratched. Here is the field for the P-Patch. Number 1, Speedometer, owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC, trained by Steve Asmussen, and this is Chaminade up top. Scratch number 2, Little Mambo. Number 3, JD Farms, Divine Charger, conditioned by Jordan Blair, Gabe Saez with the leg up. Number 4, carrying the Carolina Blue and Light Blue Silks of WSS Racing LLC, is Blazing Summer. Raylu Gutierrez will call the shots for trainer Johnny Ortiz. Number 5 is Sunday Grace, racing for Victory Racing Stables LLC. Ray Hernandez is the trainer, and Gerardo Corrales is in the irons. Completing field for the P-Patch, number 6, Mystique Saboteur, owned by the Rebel Thoroughbreds LLC of Walker and Hancock. Steve Margolis, the trainer, and Francisco Arietta will handle the reins. Take out the 7. That's the field for the P-Patch. Field of 5 to go 5.5. You're reminded this race has been taken off the turf. Will be contested on the main track. 5.5 now on a muddy main here at Ellis. Win, play, show, exacta try. Daily double pick 3 starts the pick 5 with the P-Patch in 4 minutes. And the sophomore fillies have reached the gate. It's post time at Ellis Park. The P-Patch Overnight Stakes loading in here to start the pick 5. Field of 5 to go 5.5 on the main. 4-1 on Blazing Summer coming up off that win in Indiana. Sunday Grace moving in. Waiting on Mystique Saboteur and Arietta for the Rebel Thoroughbreds. She's in. They're at the post. And they are racing to a perfect beginning in the P-Patch. Blazing Summer was quick into stride. Speedometer to the inside. She's off the pace today from second. The Gray Divine Charger off the gate racing in third. Sunday Grace a close up fourth. And Mystique Saboteur is fifth and trailing up the backside. They go outside a half mile to go. And Blazing Summer out there showing the way. Rails open for Speedometer to come on through. Meanwhile, Divine Charger looms out in the three path from third. A margin of 4 back to Sunday Grace. Mystique Saboteur is under a heavy ride midpoint through the turn. The first quarter in the P-Patch 22 and 2. Speedometer slides on through underneath Blazing Summer. Divine Charger, the great daughter of Will Take Charge. She'll tip out to the 4-path top of the home stretch. And Speedometer, the daughter of Tappet, is set down. And Speedometer rides the rail after a half, 44 and 4. Blazing Summer floats out to the middle of the track, 1 furlong to go. And Speedometer's stepping on it in the final furlong. Speedometer just rolling to victory here. Speedometer by 5, by 6. Speedometer punishes them in the P-Patch. Speedometer wins by about 6 in the end. Blazing Summer was second. Mystique Saboteur from last got up in a photo there with Divine Charger in 102 and 4. Speedometer now on a 4-race win streak. The placing judges posting the top 4 finishers. Winner number 1, Speedometer. Second, number 4, Blazing Summer. Third was a 6, Mystique Saboteur. And fourth goes 3, Divine Charger. 1, 4, 6, 3. Once again, unofficially 1, 4, 6, 3 in the P-Patch. Entering the Jeff Hall winner's circle, here's number 1, Speedometer. A profound-looking 3-year-old chestnut daughter by Tappet out of the City Zip mare named Spindin' Through the City. Speedometer owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds, LLC, trained by Steve Asmussen and Vincent Chaminade, the winning jockey. Speedometer takes the P-Patch by 5 lengths here, picking up her 4th lifetime victory from just 10 starts. She's now 4 for 4 this year. Speedometer, daughter of Tappet, at 2-1, taking the P-Patch in 102 0.95 seconds. Speedometer allowed to go off at 2-1, paying $6.40, $4, and $3. The pick four, $54.95. The pick five, $125.40. 4 or 5 in the pick five, $2.70. Superfecta with those scratches was refunded. Exacta 13.20, 50-cent try, $32.95. The double, $3.70. And the pick three, $8.65. Race 6 up next in 22 minutes. Race 6, the only change, number 4, Lady Evelyn, Cairns jockey 114.
And the winner of the first stakes race here at Ellis Park for the 100-year celebration season, the P Patch Overnight Stakes, goes to Speedometer. Very talented 3-year-old filly by Tappet, trained by Steve Asmussen, ridden by Victor Chaminade. And I'm here with assistant trainer Marissa. Marissa, tell me about the plan for this filly, because typically she's been one to go to the lead and kind of stay out there, but today she sat off the pace.
I think it was just a really good ride by the jock. Just kind of put her where she needed to be and just kind of rode the race, and it worked out well for us. So
she certainly had a lot of power as she was coming down to the stretch. In fact, she was drawing away from the field. What was your takeaway from that?
It's incredible to watch this filly train in the morning and just watch her kind of grow into this really, really nice filly. So watching her come off the turn, it was just incredible to see everything we see out in the morning with her. So.
And I know you're stationed here for the whole summer. How does it feel to win the first stakes race at Ellis Park?
It's really rewarding. Steve's given me a lot of opportunities, and it's been a blessing to work for him. So to be able to have this accomplishment here opening weekend has been fantastic for me. So
awesome. Congratulations to you guys.
Thank you.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Master horse racing with the power of daily racing forms, Formulator, the sport's most advanced handicapping tool featuring exclusive speed and pace figures, customizable data views, trainer patterns, and more. Formulator is now free for DRF Bets members. Sign up to get the best bonus in racing with a $250 deposit match and a $10 free bet. Go to drf.com/bet and use promo code WINNING to start playing like a pro today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the track condition here at Ellis Park now has been downgraded, labeled sloppy. Once again, the track condition here at Ellis Park now sloppy.
Race number 6 coming up here at Ellis Park, a maiden special weight event sponsored by Run Happy. 5 furlongs the distance on the now sloppy racetrack, so that track condition downgraded just a bit. We've got a ton of horses in here looking for their first career victory. In fact, many of these horses going to make their first career start. These 2-year-old fillies here today. And a good-looking bunch here in the paddock as well. I have to say I was most impressed by the 8 Lady Eva, 2-year-old filly by Bolt d'Oro. First crop sire here for Mark Cassie and Gabriel Saez. It looks like she's had a really solid foundation of works coming into this spot, mostly at Churchill Downs recently, before that at Keeneland, where Mark usually has a string of horses for that meet. So I will say she is a really big, gorgeous type of a filly. She certainly has a lot of substance to her body-wise, and she looks pretty fit to me, especially as you can see with that work tab. That's been pretty consistent. So Lady Eva, originally in my top picks, I had her second, but I do think that she's really made quite an appearance here in the paddock. The one, Sicilian Grandma for Mike Maker, a little bit hesitant as she came into the paddock to get saddled. She didn't really want to go into the stall, and she looks like she's kind of been tossing her head, swishing her tail a little bit. So mentally, for a horse making their first start, I think it's something to note, because although she does look the part physically, the 2-year-old daughter of Army Mule, also another first crop sire who we've yet to really see him prove himself. You want to make sure that the mental aspect matches up with the physical aspect. And for her, she's going to be one to watch, and hopefully she can calm down as she gets out to the racetrack and warms up with the pony there. The 10 horse, also, she has the look for Dale Romans. A couple of really nice workouts leading up to this spot, and I will say she is calm, cool, and collected as they saddled her. She seems to be a really handy-looking filly. She's kind of a compact type. Looks like she could still do a little bit of growing here, but she's a daughter of good magic, and you know, kind of looks like her sire as well. So she is a filly that I think from the outside can probably get a trip and certainly make a good run with Raylu Gutierrez in the irons here. She it's just well-mannered as she's walking around. So I'm going to have to say the 10 horse included for me. The 3 is another one I looked at for Dwayne Lucas. Now, this is a horse that does have experience, whereas there are many horses in here that don't have a first start under their belt. So Star Pose, 2-year-old daughter of Street Boss, that could come in handy for her. She didn't do any running on that race, on her debut. But she has had a couple of very fast works since that start on June 28th at Churchill Downs, 49-1, going 4 furlongs. And then most recently on July 6th at Churchill Downs, 3 furlongs and 34-3. So certainly a horse that looks like she could be very speedy today. And at the 5 furlong distance, that might be an advantage to her. Now, I did want to mention the 5 horse for Mike Maker, Light or Not, who looked extremely professional as she was being saddled. She didn't look like she had the attitude of a 2-year-old horse that has never done this before. So I liked what I saw from her. And another one that's very well turned out here despite the heavy rain. Now, I will say Up to Something for Vicky Oliver, 2-year-old daughter of Into Mischief. Looked fit. She had a good attitude to her, but I'm interested to see how she's able to do first time out. I think Vicky Oliver is an excellent trainer here, but with first-time starters, only wins at about 5%. I think this filly's definitely going to benefit from having a run out, but I'm going to wait until next time to back her. She's 10-1 from the warning line odds. And that is your field, or some of them, from race number 6 at Ellis Park, maiden special weight for $50,000. Sponsored by Run Happy. Do note that a 50-cent pick 4 starts right here. 5 furlongs the distance and still a few more races to go. Good luck.
On the track for the 6th race, maiden filly 2-year-old special weight, purse $50,000 to sprint 5 furlongs on a sloppy mane. This race sponsored by Run Happy. Number 4, Lady Evelyn's Can, correct the weight to 114 pounds. Win, play, show, exact to try Super Daily Double Pick 3. It starts at late pick 4 in just a couple of minutes. And the filly maiden 2-year-olds have reached the starting gate. It's post time for race 6, sponsored by Run Happy. Starting race of the late pick 4, Up to Something coming up. Star Pose, the daughter of Street Boss, on debut for Gilbert, Sones, and Lucas, as the assistant starter is working with Up to Something. Looked like Becky Thatcher unseated her jockey, but was captured fairly quickly by our team of outriders. She's returning to in behind the starting gate with the rest of the field. Windows still open, 2-1 on Sicilian Grandma for Caruso and Dub, debuting daughter of Army Mules, drawn the fence. Star Pose coming up. Lady Evelyn Can, Yellow Silks moving in. Becky Thatcher. Light or Not, the next two. Becky Thatcher in, looking to the outside now. She Has the Look. She Has the Look, 4.5-1 loading in. They're at the post. And race 6, sponsored by Run Happy, off and running. Slow start for Unleash the Spirit. Quick one for both Lady Evelyn Can and Star Pose. Becky Thatcher is forwardly placed as well from between horses. It's a Light or Not. Sicilian Grandma down along the inside is next as they blitz into the turn. Star Pose shows the way. Lady Evelyn Can is second. Light or Not third. Up the inside, Sicilian Grandma, Adelinda. Meanwhile, Becky Thatcher is next. In from the backfield, Up to Something closing in as they race around the turn. The quarter 23 seconds flat. 5 across the course here as they race towards the top of the home stretch from between horses. Lady Evelyn Can. 3 deep now, Becky Thatcher, as they race towards the top of the home stretch. Way out wide, Becky Thatcher from between horses. Lady Evelyn Can still fighting on. Adelinda has a rail run, and coming down the center of the course with giant strides late on the scene, it is Up to Something who's running a big one. Adelinda's still there. Up to Something coming to spoil the party, and Up to Something up in the final strides. Adelinda was second. Star Pose re-rallied for third. Then it was tight either Lady Evelyn Can in Light or Not in 59-1. The judges have posted numbers 7 Up to Something as the race winners. They've called for a photograph for the minors. 7 and a photo. Result of the photograph, show number 2, Adelinda be second. Third, number 3, Star Pose. Fourth goes for Lady Evelyn Can. 7-2-3-4. 7-2-3-4, the unofficial top 4. In the winner's circle, debuting daughter of Into Mischief, home winner, number 7, Up to Something. 2-year-old Bay Filly by Into Mischief out of the Medalla d'Oro mare named Super Espresso. G wants Humphrey Jr., the winning owner, Vicky Oliver, the winning trainer, and Gerardo Corrales, the winning jockey. Up to Something debuting 5 furlongs, 59.29 seconds. The winner, 12.20, $6 in the middle, $4.60 to show. Exact 157.20, 50-cent try, 316.35. The double 33.50, pick 3, $28.65. 10-cent super came back a healthy $458.30. Race 7 up next, sponsored by Field and Main Bank. Race taken off the turf, a mile out of the chute on the main. Scratch numbers 2, 4, 6, 9, 10. 2, 4, 6, 9, 10. Canceled the superfecta wagering, but wagering options left. Win, play, show, exacta try, daily double, pick 3, race 7, up next in 20 minutes. And race 6, sponsored by Run Happy Off and Running. Slow start for Unleash the Spirit. Quick one for both Lady Evelyn Can and Star Pose. Becky Thatcher is forwardly placed as well from between horses. It's a lighter knot. Sicilian Grandma down along the inside is next as they blitz into the turn. Star Pose shows the way. Lady Evelyn Can is second. Lighter knot third. Up the inside, Sicilian Grandma, Adelinda. Meanwhile, Becky Thatcher is next. And from the backfield, Up to Something closing in as they race around the turn. The quarter 23 seconds flat. 5 across the course here as they race towards the top of the home stretch from between horses. Lady Evelyn Can. 3 deep now, Becky Thatcher as they race towards the top of the home stretch. Way out wide, Becky Thatcher from between horses. Lady Evelyn Can still fighting on. Adelinda has a rail run and coming down the center of the course with giant strides late on the scene. It is Up to Something who's running a big one. Adelinda still there. Up to Something coming to spoil the party. And Up to Something up in the final strides. Adelinda was second. Star Pose re-rallied for third. Then it was tight out of Lady Evelyn Can in lighter knot in 59-1.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Race number 7 here at Ellis Park, an allowance event for $51,000. Non-winners of one other than taken off of the turf course here, going to be moved to the main track. That 1 mile chute, which makes a very interesting turn and a half here at Ellis Park. This race sponsored by Field and Main Bank, and although we do have a few scratches, there are still quite a few horses. The 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, and are all your contenders for this event. Track listed is sloppy right now. For me, I did go with the 8 horse in my original selections. That's 11 Central for Paulo Lobo. I like the fact that this 4-year-old gelding has shown some speed in some of his better races, and in fact, he was in a race at Indiana that was taken off of the turf. Granted, the track was fast that day, not listed as sloppy, but he won by 8 lengths, pulling away from the rest of them. He then went to a race at Churchill Downs over the turf course and finished 7th, beaten by 5 lengths against Tough Allowance Company. But I feel like the field that he should face here at Ellis Park today will be much, much more to his liking. I anticipate this horse to be on or near the lead. He does seem to break pretty quickly from the starting gate, and although he does draw an outside post here today, he did that at Turfway Park on debut, and he was still able to have enough early go to get to the front of the pack. So he is going to be my top selection. As you can see, my top picks, Jimmy McNerney and those from Gene McLean on your screen right now to compare. Both Jimmy and Gene on the 1 horse for their top selection, and that is Uninvited Guest, trained by Steve Margolis. Chaminade aboard, who obviously won the stakes race here in race number 5. This horse has had experience on the main track on the dirt course before, although not here at Ellis Park, and is 0 for 2, but has a few minor placings that have been pretty profitable for him. So I certainly think this is a horse that has a good opportunity to handle this track here today. You know, I preferred some of his turf races in the past, 4 or 5 races. He's finished in the top 3. So he is a horse that seems to bring his game to a variety of tracks. He did some good running at Fairgrounds, at Churchill Downs as well. And he's had some solid workouts, at least in the month of June, after his June 9th race where he finished a really, really good 3rd. He came back and worked 4 furlongs at Churchill Downs in 48 flat, which is a pretty good time. Since then, though, he hasn't had any recorded works as far as I can see. So Uninvited Guest coming in here a little bit fresh as far as that's concerned. Now, the 3 horse is also in our top selections, and that is Momentous for Todd Pletcher. Todd bringing a horse here to the P-Patch, 3-year-old son of Speightstown, who is going to stretch out here today. He's only gone 6 and 7 furlongs in his 3 races before. He actually won on debut at the Fairgrounds over the 6 furlong distance, won by a head that day to a couple of horses that came back to win their next start. So certainly some good form there. They then gave him some time to mature. He came back at Keeneland, didn't do any good running as the favorite in a tough allowance race. And then they brought him back at Churchill Downs in an allowance non-2, and he seemed to just never really get involved. So interesting to see where Gabe Sias is going to place him here today as far as the pace scenario is concerned. But I do like the fact that he is getting to the 1 mile here at Ellis Park because it's not a 2-turn mile. Oftentimes, that can make a big difference for horses that are coming from sprinting distances, routing for the first time. If that mile is a 1 turn or like a 1 turn here at Ellis Park as compared to 2 turns, I think it's a little easier for them to make that transition. So not too concerned about the sprint to route for him today. Plus, trainer Todd Pletcher wins at 24% when making that move. So Momentous, a really solid contender in here. I had the 7 as my final pick, and that was Reward Night for Ian Wilkes and Chris Landeros. Hasn't raced since September of 2021, so he is coming off a little bit of a layoff. But that being said, he had some nice works over at Keeneland back in the month of June. And this is a horse that I think can sit off the pace. So if we do have a few horses, which it seems like, both from the sloppy racetrack, which can oftentimes cause a lot of that early speed, horses kind of like to get out there, stay out of the slop kickback. I think Reward Night, as long as he's able to handle that mud here today, he could be a horse that could benefit from a few of the early speed horses. Riders getting a leg up. They're headed out to the track. Just 6 minutes to go here. Ellis Park, race 7. Good luck.
The horses stepping trackside for race number 7 at Ellis Park, sponsored by Field in Main Bank. Race 7 taken off the turf, a mile on the main scratch. 2 Dyna Blue, 4 Cool Rags, 6 Finding Freedom, 9 Defy, 10 Courageously. 2, 4, 6, 9, 10 out. Leaves a field of 5, cancel the super. Win, play, show, exacta, try, double, and starts the final pick 3 of this super Saturday card from Hendo. Post time in 6 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Post time for race 7, sponsored by Field and Main Bank. Loading in Momentous coming up, stretching out here for Windstar Farm, Bonchance Farm, and the Sienna Farm. Conditioned by Todd Pletcher. Of the Moment into line. Reward Night coming up for Shoemaker and Wilkes. And 11 Central and the OXO Silks coming up. Red and white to the outside. Field of 5 locked up at the post. And they are racing. Good start for Reward Night. Also quick and stride from between horses on the stretch out. Momentous is displaying speed. And from the high draw, 11 Central. Meanwhile, Of the Moment just had to tap on the brakes. Has been shuffled back to 5th and trailing. Compact Field as they work around the opening turn. About 5 lengths top to bottom as they straighten up for the backstretch journey. 6.5 furlongs to go, and 11 Central, the son of Into Mischief, has made the point. He'll lead him up the backside and shows the way 2 lengths to Reward Night, who's deep on the course from second. Momentous towards his inside third. A foothold at the fence is Uninvited Guess, who is second last, and Of the Moment still can see them all. 5 lengths tip to tail as they continue to gallop up the backside with 4.5 furlongs to go. First quarter moderate 24-1. So 11 Central is allowed to dictate the terms unchallenged, but now up the inside. Here comes Uninvited Guest behind a half mile, 48 seconds flat. Midpoint through the turn, aiming at 11 Central. Comfortable lead by a length and a half. Extremely wide. Reward Night is second. Still saving every yard. Uninvited Guest and Chaminade probing up the fence from between horses. Momentous and Of the Moment is last, but up the fence starts to roll. 1 quarter to go. And 11 Central getting out just a touch at the top of the lane. Uninvited Guest will cut to corner these two square off in match race mode by the furlong grounds. It's 11 Central who's shaken up. Whips out on Uninvited Guest. These two come together and tighten up with a 16th to go. 11 Central is digging down deep. 11 Central responding, and 11 Central is winning gate to wire to give Corrales 2 on the card. Uninvited Guest was second, then a mile back to the third horse, Reward Night. The running time 1:35.3. Judge is posting top 4 finishers. Winner number 8, 11 Central. Second, number 1, Uninvited Guest. Third, the 7, Reward Night. And fourth goes 3, Momentous. 8-1-7-3. And the Placey judges posting the top 4 finishers. 8-1-7-3. 8-1-7-3. Entering the winner's circle, gate to wire winner number 811 Central. Good looking 4-year-old Big Gelded Son by Into Mischief out of the Point Given mare named Sealy Hill. The winner is owned by Larry Best, OXO Equine LLC, the winning trainer Paulo Lobo, and the winning jockey Gerardo Corrales. That's 2 in a row for Gerardo. 11 Central goes all the way up top, a mile on the main, 135 and 3. $520, $320, $240 on your 8 to 5 shot winner. You're reminded the superfecta wager was canceled and refunded with all of those scratches. The exacta 8 and 1, $10.40 for a $1 exacta. The winning trifecta was 817, $23.90. Daily double, $11.50, and the pick 3, $39.60. Race number 7 was sponsored by Field and Main Bank. Again, we appreciate our sponsor of the day, Field and Main Bank, sponsoring the day today with that presentation for race 7, Field and Main Bank. Up next, race number 8, post time in 21 minutes. In the 8th race, you're reminded it starts a late daily double. There is a scratch of number 7, Monacacy, in the post time. Once again, race 8, up next in 21. At the post, and they are racing. Good start for Reward Night, also quick and distraught from between horses on the stretch out. Momentous is displaying speed. And from the high draw, 11 Central. Meanwhile, Of the Moment just had to tap on the brakes, has been shuffled back to 5th and trailing. Compact Field as they work around the opening turn. About 5 lengths top to bottom as they straighten up for the backstretch journey. 6.5 furlongs to go, and 11 Central, the son of Into Mischief, has made the point. He'll lead him up the backside and shows the way 2 lengths to Reward Night, who's deep on the course from second. Momentous towards his inside third. A foothold at the fence is Uninvited Guess, who is second last, and Of the Moment still can see them all. 5 lengths tip to tail as they continue to gallop up the backside with 4.5 furlongs to go. First quarter moderate 24 and 1. So 11 Central is allowed to dictate the terms unchallenged, but now up the inside. Here comes Uninvited Guess behind a half mile, 48 seconds flat. Midpoint through the turn, aiming at 11 Central. Comfortable lead by a length and a half. Extremely wide. Reward Night is second. Still saving every yard. Uninvited Guest and Chaminade probing up the fence from between horses. Momentous and Of the Moment is last, but up the fence starts to roll. 1 quarter to go. And 11 Central getting out just a touch at the top of the lane. Uninvited Guest will cut to corner these two square off in match race mode by the furlong grounds. It's 11 Central who's shaken up, whips out on Uninvited Guest. These two come together and tighten up with a 16th to go. 11 Central is digging down deep. 11 Central responding, and 11 Central is winning gate to wire to give Corrales 2 on the card. Uninvited Guest was second, then a mile back to the third horse, Reward Night. The running time 1:35 and 3.
Race to Twin Spires and register with code GET200 to start earning your new player bonus of up to $200. Watch and bet on some of the world's best racing and check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race to Twin Spires and register with code GET200 to start earning your new player bonus of up to $200. Watch and bet on some of the world's best racing and check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Race number 8 coming up next here at Ellis Park, just a few moments away. In this one, an allowance event for non-winners of 2 lifetime, distance 6 furlongs over that sloppy racetrack. But the good news is it looks like we're going to have clear skies for the rest of the day. One more race to go after this, but a nice field of horses assembled, and I thought a competitive field at that. I know I had a couple of horses included in my top selections. The 4, 8, 3, and 2 were the couple of horses that I went with, and also got a good look at the 5 horse in here who is sired by Run Happy, a name that we really like here at Ellis Park. But the 4 horse, my top pick, that one is, scrolling down, Reagan's Decision for Cherie DeVoe. This horse coming off just a little bit of a freshening. Last ran on Kentucky Oaks Day. That was back on May 6th and finished a really good 3rd over a sloppy racetrack. So the fact that this horse does have the experience over the off-going, I certainly thought was important. And included in my top selections. You know, I love the way that she has been working. She's a daughter of Unified. I think Cherie DeVoe is an excellent conditioner of horses, and you do get the services of Gabe Saez aboard, who's been doing a lot of good racing across the country for the past couple of years. So the 4, my top pick. I then went to the 8 horse, She's About a Mover for Brendan Walsh, Martin Garcia aboard for the ride here. And this horse hasn't raced since February of this year, was previously racing out in California over the synthetic track at Golden Gate Fields and also the turf course at Santa Anita Park, but debuted this one at Los Alamitos Racecourse, going 5.5 furlongs on the main track there. Also had a start in a stakes race at Santa Anita Park, going 6 furlongs, but finished 4th, beaten by 12 lengths that day. I will say this Daughter of Mastery looks like a total professional in the paddock. She has her head about her for sure, and she's a really well-turned-out type of a filly. She's got a nice active walk to her, and certainly one that I expect to do well as she makes her debut in the Kentucky circuit here today. The 3 horse, that is Chasing Fireflies for trainer John Ortiz, who won on debut, actually, maiden special way to Indiana, going 6 furlongs. And you've got Holmes back aboard, Gage Holmes, who was aboard for that debut, for that win. So you like the fact that the jockey and trainer team up once again and hoping for another success with the Daughter of Twirling Candy. Now the 2 horses, Queen's Up for Jimmy DeVito, who won 2 races on yesterday's card. Chris Landeros in the irons for the very first time. This filly hasn't raced since September of last year, but getting a good look at her in the paddock, she certainly looks fit. She certainly looks like mentally she's here as well, and a true professional as well. The 5 horse, I mentioned this one, sired by Run Happy. The horse's name is Runnin' Happy, so not too far off there from her sire. Last was in a stakes race, finished 4th at Churchill Downs over the 7 furlongs on the fast racetrack. She has had a start over the off-going, though. And in fact, you see that from a lot of the Run Happy horses, that they seem to be able to handle the surfaces, dirt, whether that's fast, off tracks, turf horses as well. And this filly looks no different. She had that win. She has that good rating on the wet going. So for the conditions today, with Mitchell Merle in the irons, who knows her very well, she could be a horse that you might want to include as you look at the tote board and see if that price suits you. As we mentioned, we do have an allowance race for our penultimate race of the second day on opening day here at the Run Happy Ellis Park meet. 6 furlongs the distance on that sloppy racetrack. Next up, we'll have our 9th and final race. Good luck.
Filly 3-year-olds on the racetrack here for the 8th race from Ellis Park. This is a allowance event for the 3-year-olds, which has never won 2 races lifetime. There is a scratch at number 7, Monocacy, and 8 of them remain to go 6 furlongs on the main. Win, play, show, exact to try, super daily double, post time in just 5 minutes. Race fans, don't forget tomorrow here at the track, we do have live racing once again, a wonderful 9-race card, including another stakes event also here at the track tomorrow. Once again, I'd like to remind you that here at the track on Sunday, again tomorrow, Run Happy Dollar Days. Run Happy Dollar Days here at the track on Sundays. $1 hot dogs, $1 popcorn, and $2 beers. Again, Dollar Days sponsored by Run Happy here tomorrow at the track here on Sundays. Also, mark your calendar on July 16th. The Wiener Dogs will be back here at Ellis Park. The Wiener Dog race is on July 16th as well. Approaching the starting gate, less than a minute. Sophomore fillies approaching the gate for race 8 at Ellis Park. Race 8 starting leg of the late Delhi double here in Hendo. Field of 8 to go 6 furlongs. Taklis coming up first off the claim. Running Happy, daughter Run Happy going in for Heitzman. Chasing Fireflies, winner on debut up in Shelbyville. Moving in 10-1. She's about to move her. For Branham and Walsh, she's about a mover. Coming in from the left coast, Constitution Lady to the outside. They're at the post. And they are racing at Ellis. Good start for She's Bout a Mover, also quick into stride. There goes Tockley's first off the claim. It is spirited up the inside. Chasing Fireflies will track that duel. Now looks to split horses up the backside. Reagan's Decision hovers along in fourth off that top trio by about 2.5 lengths. Down on the inside, Queen's Up is next as they take on the far turn. Now advancing to the outside of her, Running Happy's on the move, as is Constitution Lady, and still 3 back to Zmuda, who's at the back of the pack. 3.5 furlongs to go. The quarter 22 and 1. Midpoint through the turn, Chasing Fireflies comes on through to dictate terms with She's Bout a Mover. Tockley's has thrown out the parachute now. Reagan's Decision's on the move. She's up into third. On her back is Running Happy, who's finishing with good interest as they race towards the top of the home stretch. Chasing Fireflies will turn them on down. Chasing Fireflies, and the big girl shows the way by about 2.5 lengths in the center of the track. Reagan's Decision is bearing down. Also, Running Happy is finishing full of run. 1/16 to go. Chasing Fireflies is still there. Running Happy is coming to her to the outside. Chasing Fireflies, Running Happy, Chasing Fireflies, and apprentice Gage Holmes wins by 1.25 in the end. Running Happy was next, and it was either Queen's Up or Reagan's Decision. Chasing Fireflies, now a perfect 2 for 2 to start a career in 1:10 and 3. Judges posting top 4 finishers. Winner number 3, Chasing Fireflies. Second, number 5, Running Happy. Third, number 2, Queen's Up. Finishing fourth, number 4, Reagan's Decision. 3-5-2-4. In the winner's circle, another good-looking performance turned in by number 3, Chasing Fireflies. A 3-year-old dark bear brown daughter by Twirlin' Candy out of the Tappet mare named Rehearsed. The winner's owned by WSS Racing LLC of William Simon, the winning trainer Johnny Ortiz, and the winning jockey, the Bug Girl, Gage Holmes. Eddie back on hand with a guest appearance in the winner's circle. Number 3, Chasing Fireflies, now a perfect 2 for 2. The daughter of Twirl and Candy bred in Kentucky. Covers the 6 furlongs in 110 and 3. Chasing Fireflies allowed to go off at 12-1, returns $26.80. 10-24-40. Dime Super, $184.09. The winning trifecta for a $1 investment, $586. Now the exacta was 3 and 5. $1 exacta, $103.20. That 50-cent version of the try, $293 even. The double, $36. The pick 3, $103.10. Up next, race number 9, sponsored by Run Happy, will come off the turf. Now the distance will go from 1 mile and 16 to a mile out of the chute on the main. Again, the track condition has been labeled as sloppy. In the 9th and final, take out number 3, My Brother Cam. Scratch number 10, Sailor's Return. Scratch 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 as well. Race 9 up next to close out the show in 22. They are racing at Ellis. Good start for She's Bout a Mover, also quick and to stride. There goes Tockley's first off the claim, is spirited up the inside. Chasing Fireflies will track that duel, now looks to split horses up the backside. Reagan's Decision hovers along in fourth off that top trio by about 2.5 lengths. Down on the inside, Queen's Up is next as they take on the far turn. Now advancing to the outside of her, Running Happy's on the move, as is Constitution Lady, and still 3 back to Zmuda, who's at the back of the pack. 3.5 furlongs to go. The quarter, 22 and 1. Midpoint through the turn, Chasing Fireflies comes on through to dictate terms with She's Bout a Mover. Tockley's has thrown out the parachute now. Reagan's Decision's on the move. She's up into third. On her back is Running Happy, who's finishing with good interest as they race towards the top of the home stretch. Chasing Fireflies will turn them on down. Chasing Fireflies, and the big girl shows the way by about 2.5 lengths in the center of the track. Reagan's Decision is bearing down. Also, Running Happy is finishing full of run. 1/16 to go. Chasing Fireflies is still there. Running Happy is coming to her to the outside. Chasing Fireflies, Running Happy, Chasing Fireflies, and Apprentice Gage Holmes wins by 1.25 in the end. Running Happy was next, and it was either Queen's Up or Reagan's Decision. Chasing Fireflies, now a perfect 2 for 2 to start a career in 110 and 3.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race number 9 here at Ellis Park, the final race on this Saturday card, and this is another one of those races that was taken off the turf, so going to be run at a 1.16 distance on that main track, still listed as sloppy. Now, there's quite a few horses in here that look the part, but my top selection, both on paper and in the paddock, went to the 4-horse, and that one's a gorgeous gray son of Liam's Map. In fact, looks just like his dad there, trained by Brian Lynch. They are taking the blinkers off today, so a bit of an equipment change, but Brian Lynch winning at 20% on the year, so he's certainly doing well with his horses. Love the fact that this gelding, as far as the breeding was concerned, when I was originally handicapping for the grass, this one is a half to Heart, who made $2 million and was an 11-time graded stakes winner on the turf. This race, though, obviously on the main track, that won't apply as much, but he did have a couple of races on the main track at Gulfstream Park. Granted, that was over the fast surface rather than an off surface, but he ran really well in both those events, finishing a close second by half a length and third by 2 lengths in the start in February back this year. So it seems like this is quite a versatile type of a gelding, although he is looking to break his maiden finally in lifetime start number 7 as a 5-year-old. It's taken him a little bit of time to get going. It certainly looks like he's been unlucky in some spots, and I think he can really improve today. I certainly think the distance, the route of ground, is really what's going to be important for him and has worked for some of his better races. The 5-horse, walking by me just now with the blinkers on, another gray horse in this field. That one is Imminent Storm, for Shug McGahee, getting Lasix for the first time here today. And this is a horse who's coming off a layoff, hasn't run since November of 2021, but not carrying an extra ounce of condition. He certainly seems to be a very, very fit son of Flattern. In fact, he's had some good workouts in the Kentucky circuit at Churchill Downs over the track there, the main track. And Trader Shug McGahee, he wins at 31% when bringing horses back off an extended layoff. So it seems like all systems are go for this horse, and he certainly looks like a true professional as he's walking around in the paddock here. They started him off at 7 furlongs, and that was, I'd say, the worst race of his career. And since they've allowed him to go a route of ground, 1 1/8 for his past 3 races, he seems to have improved, although again, obviously still searching for that first victory. But I would say certainly looks the part for a horse to bet here. Plus, if you're one of the hunch players, they always say bet a gray horse in the mud. The 7-horse is a Scattershack. This one trained by Juan Cano, Chris Landeros in the Iron Tier for the very first time. Going to be facing some tougher company today than what he might have found in some of those maiden claiming races at Turfway Park and also at Churchill Downs. But I thought made a nice appearance here in the paddock, and if you're looking for a price to round out those top selections, possibly that's where you go. I originally handicapped this, obviously, for the turf. His dam was second in the Kentucky Downs Dueling Grounds turf a few years ago, his mother, so obviously that turf breeding not going to come into play as much here today, but for a long shot pick, that was the one I rounded out my top selections with. This is the final race of the day here at Ellis Park for the Saturday racing. Jockey's getting a leg up and horses are headed out to the track now. Of course, we've got much more racing to come tomorrow, but the next voice you'll hear will be that of Jimmy McNerney. Good luck.
Brett Burkhead playing them out here at Ellis Park for the 9th and final, sponsored by Run Happy. This race has been taken off the turf, a mile out of the chute on the main. Scratch the following numbers: 3, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 9th race, maiden special weight, $50,000 to go a mile on the main. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super perfecta wagering. Post time is in just 6 minutes. 1 minute now, approaching the starting gate, just 1 minute. 1 minute, race 9 from Ellis Park, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Shogun Warrior and Lola's Bow, the first two to go in. Scatter Shack coming up. The Great Old Hickory moving into line. My Romeo Lima coming up. The Great Deep State coming up for Vincent Chaminade and Brian Lynch. 3-2 on the board. Another Gray Imminent Storm will load right alongside for the Phipps stable. He's an Angel coming up. My Grass is Blue completes the load. They're at the post, and they are racing. The favorite Deep State got shuffled back at the start. He is second last. Up top, it's My Romeo Lima, joined by He's an Angel, My Grass is Blue. Those two to the outside of him. Old Hickory the Gray came away racing into fourth position. Link for the back, Shogun Warrior fifth, and Lola's Bow is right there as well. Now Deep State advances a couple of positions, and Scatter Shack is at the back of the pack. Up the backside they go, 5.5 furlongs, strung out field, 12 lengths in behind the pace setter. And that pace setter is My Grass is Blue with 5 furlongs to go. Right to the inside is My Romeo Lima. Down on the inside, the Great Old Hickory. Shogun Warrior really headstrong, tugging hard at the jock as they make their entrance into the far turn. It's still My Romeo Lima. He's an Angel right alongside. They go first and second, squeezing through along the fence, Old Hickory. Meanwhile, trying to catch a hole as well right there as they make their entrance into the turn. That is Deep State. So midpoint through the turn, the half was 46-4. They really start to cluster up top. The Gray Old Hickory did get through, though. Shows the way by a length right on his back. The other Gray Deep State at odds of 2-1 is waiting a racing room up on the extreme outside. He's an Angel as they race towards the top of the home stretch. And Old Hickory tightens up the hole on Deep State. He's forced to go the outside, splitting horses in between he and He's an Angel. Deep on the course, Shogun Warriors running a big one. Wide open, many chances. Old Hickory, Deep State, Shogun Warrior to the outside, 1/16 left. It's down to the two Grays. Is it Old Hickory or Deep State? Old Hickory inside, Deep State lunging. Photo! Whiskers up hard in the finale. I think Deep State may have got the better of the Bobs, but that will take a photo between he and Old Hickory, either 2-1 or 9-5. Hold them all in 137-1. That was a photo finish. Once again, photo finish in the nightcap. Like I said, I do think Deep State got the better of the Bobs to the outside, but the trio of placing judges have hung the photo sign. Photo for win. Photo sign comes down. Number 4, Deep State got up to win. Second, number 2, Old Hickory. Third, number 9, He's an Angel. Fourth, the 1, Shogun Warrior. 4-2-9-1. 4-2-9-1. Late money coming in on the 2, Old Hickory. Ended up going off as favorite by just shy of $700, 9-5. On that one, the winning horse, Deep State, goes off 2-1. Again, 4-2-9-1 for the 9th and final. Entering the winner's circle for the second time today, jockey Vincent Chaminade. This time with number 4, Deep State. Deep State is a 5-year-old Gary gelded son by Liam's Map out of the Silver Deputy Mare named Ask the Question. The winner's owned in partnership by Hidden Brook Farm, Cheyenne Stables, Town Branch Racing. The winning trainer, Brian Lynch. 2 wins for Vincent Chaminade. For Deep State, this is the maiden break and win coming in the 7th career start. Lucky number 7, the Kentucky bred home winner at 2-1. And the 9th and final official, the winner is $6, $3.20, and $3. The exacta $9.60, 50-cent try, $60.40. The double $37.80. Pick 3, $56.05. Pick 4, $451.75. Pick 5, $1,065.45. Consolation 4, $5, $15.20. Dime Super, $45.26. Well, that wraps up live racing for this afternoon here at Ellis. The fun doesn't stop here. Be sure to head on over to the clubhouse where the HHR machines are up and rolling. And also simulcast action continues from around the country. Live racing back at you tomorrow. Another 9-race card, another stakes event, and another 1250 post. Run Happy Dollar Days tomorrow here at the track. We'll see you then. They are racing. The favorite Deep State got shuffled back at the start. He is second last. Up top, it's My Romeo Lima, joined by He's an Angel, My Grass is Blue. Those towards to the outside of him. Old Hickory the Gray came away racing into 4th position. Link for the back, Shogun Warrior 5th, and Lola's Bow is right there as well. Now Deep State advances a couple of positions, and Scattershack is at the back of the pack. Up the backside they go, 5.5 furlongs, strung outfield, 12 links in behind the pace setter. And that pace setter is My Grass is Blue with 5 furlongs to go. Right to the inside is My Romeo Lima. Down on the inside, the Gray Old Hickory. Shogun Warrior really headstrong, tugging hard at the jock as they make their entrance into the far turn. It's still My Romeo Lima. He's an Angel right alongside. They go first and second, squeezing through along the fence, Old Hickory. Meanwhile, trying to catch a hole as well right there as they make their entrance into the turn. That is Deep State. So midpoint through the turn, the half was 46-4. They really start to cluster up top. The Gray Old Hickory did get through, though. Shows the way by a length right on his back. The other Gray Deep State at odds of 2-1 is waiting a racing room up on the extreme outside. He's an Angel as they race towards the top of the home stretch. And Old Hickory tightens up the hole on Deep State. He's forced to go the outside, splitting horses in between he and He's an Angel. Deep on the course, Shogun Warriors running a big one. Wide open, many chances. Old Hickory Hickory, Deep State. Shogun Warrior to the outside, 1/16th left. It's down to the two grays. Is it Old Hickory or Deep State? Old Hickory inside, Deep State lunging. Photo! Whiskers up hard in the finale. I think Deep State may have got the better of the Bobs, but that will take a photo between he and Old Hickory, either 2-1 or 9-5. Hold them all in 1:37-1.
With winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.